All stand. This coroner's court is now sitting.
Good morning. Yes, Ms Edwards.
Good morning, Your Honour. Before we start today, I believe Ms Palmer from New South Wales Police has something to say.
Yes, Ms Palmer.
Thank you, Your Honour. I just have instructions to make the following statements. I would like to say on the court record and before Theo's family that the officer in charge of this investigation, Detective Phil Parker, will today submit an application to the relevant police command to have a reward offered in respect of Theo's disappearance. I need to say that the approval of that application will be subject to some internal and external approval processes, so I cannot guarantee today that the reward will definitely be offered, but I do want to assure the court and Theo's family that that process is underway.
Thanks very much, Ms Palmer. I'm sure Theo's family will appreciate that very much. Ms Edwards.
Thank you, Your Honour. In terms of what's going to happen today, this morning we will hear from Dr Sherry Todd. She's one of the people who wrote the submission on behalf of Byron Bay Community Volunteers. It will be a relatively short day. There has been an expert report, an additional expert report served by Professor Seneviratne. The parties have received that very recently and are working with it, and it's possible that there will be a conference with him and some of the parties this afternoon. That's going to take up some of our court time, but we considered it was valuable while we have him actively engaged in this matter and producing reports to use that time. The remaining matter that we would need to potentially schedule is the family statement or statements. I understand that the professor's only available at 3 p.m. for the conference, so if there is going to be a family statement, it would need to be potentially before that.
Oh, I see. Mr Evenden, is there going to be a family statement today, or is that going to be at the end?
No, the intention is that a number of members of the family will make a family statement today, Your Honour.
All right, and could you just let me know who's going to speak?
So, Laurent, Vinciane, Luca and Theo's grandmother, Jacqueline. And as Your Honour will know, they're all native French speakers, so I anticipate that some, perhaps all of those statements will be delivered in French.
Lovely. All right, we might go straight into that. We'll have a short break after Dr Todd, and then we'll have the family statements. So just a short break just to get ready for that, and then I'd love to hear from the family. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Yes, Ms Edwards.
Thank you, Your Honour. I call Dr Todd.
Yeah, sure.
Silence, please. Do solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
Have a seat. Thank you, Dr Todd. And you can take your mask off while you're giving evidence.
Thank you.
If you'd like to. Yes, Ms Edwards.
Dr Todd, your full name's Dr Sherry Todd?
Yes, that's right.
Sherry's spelled S-H-E-R-I, is that correct?
Yes.
Your occupation is as a clinical psychologist?
I was a clinical
You were?
psychologist while I was involved in the search, but I've recently changed careers.
Oh, what's your career now?
I work for a cyber investigations company who specialises in global financial fraud.
I see. Your PhD is in psychology?
Yes, child psychology.
Child psychology.
Yeah.
You're also a member of the Byron Bay community?
Yes, that's right.
You've lived here since 2017, is that right? You've provided a submission to the State Coroner with Ms Renee Scott and Ms Jacqueline Scott on the 7th of May 2020.
Yes.
That submission related to the disappearance of Theo Hayez.
Yes.
That submission outlined first a number of steps that were taken by you, the authors, and also members of the Byron Bay community to assist in the search for Theo.
Yes.
It also recommended a number of potential investigative avenues or theories that your group considered were worth exploring by the New South Wales Police and by the team assisting the coroner.
Yes.
It's fairly acknowledged in the submissions, of course, that you might not have been aware of some of the investigations that were already in train or had in fact already concluded.
Yes, that's right.
Have you been watching the live stream this week, or some of it?
Yeah, we all have.
You may have seen some of those suggested investigative paths being explored during the inquest.
Yeah, thank you.
Your role was not at least at that stage, as a professional investigator, but as an interested member of the Byron Bay community.
Yeah, that's right.
You describe yourself in the submission, as in the group of authors, as long-term search volunteers. Did you mean by that long-term involvement in the Theo search, or have you been involved in other search as volunteers?
No, I think there are a couple of people in the search group who had been involved with another missing persons case overseas, but most of us had only ever been involved in Theo's search.
You've anticipated my question, which was, is this the first missing person case that you've been involved with?
Yes.
And how did you come to be involved in the disappearance of Theo Hayez?
So Lisa and Michael put out a call on the community Facebook page, and I didn't participate in the first few days because I wasn't available, and then one of the community volunteers, Nolene Smith, then started to advertise the other searches that were happening, and I had a child who was at preschool, so I just went along on the days that I was available.
Could you tell us, if you know, the first date in which you became involved in search activities?
Yeah, it was the 12th of June.
Thank you. What I'd like to do today, Dr. Todd, is focus your evidence particularly on the activities of your group relating to searching and the search for Theo, and then at the end of your evidence I'll ask you about some of the other activities that the volunteers undertook. If I could I'll take you to a part of your submission which is at page 4 of the submission, which is at tab 22 of volume 6. I'm sorry for the dense text on the screen, but if you've listed there a number of activities that the volunteers were involved with, and if we go through them briefly, the first is coordination and leadership of regular searches of the bushland around Byron Bay from Brunswick Head to Lennox Head between June the 9th and August the 23rd. I take that's 2019. You talk about various techniques that were used, and I'll come back to that later in your evidence. Creation of a digital map of areas searched by cartographer and volunteer. Perhaps you could say her name so I don't mispronounce it.
Sure, it's Alize van der Weken.
And that map depicts various searches using different colours, and we'll try and take you to that map today. You're not, and I'm not being critical, you're not a trained cartographer yourself, I take it?
No, I'm not.
Regular volunteer meetings and liaison meetings with Theo's family to develop plans and strategies for the search. Design and nationwide distribution of a missing persons poster and poster of Theo's belongings, both online and in physical hard copy. I'll come back to this, but is that one poster or several posters?
I think there were several posters. There was one that was made initially in a hurry when Theo first disappeared, and then as time went on, we created a different poster with more accurate details.
I see. Consultation with a local oceanographer to determine the currents at the time of Theo's disappearance, and you say that's in order to plan beachside searches and poster distribution?
Yes.
Is what you're saying there that you were trying to identify, and I apologise for the question, where Theo's remains, if there were any, would wash up, and then concentrate posters around that area so people could be alert to that?
Yes.
Managing and monitoring social media pages / groups and social media campaigns?
Yes.
And that was, I take it, both to raise awareness of the disappearance of Theo, but also to see if you could locate anybody who might be of relevance to the investigation in terms of having met him or been in locations where he had been?
Yes.
Ensuring ongoing public awareness by liaising with media and coordinating public events. What public events were coordinated by the volunteers?
There were a few major events that we held. So one was called Light the Night, and that was we had lanterns that the community all gathered, and we took lanterns down the beach and the family spoke, and then we had a Indigenous group come and do a ceremony.
And that was to provide support and solidarity and also raise awareness for Theo?
That's right. And then on the first year anniversary of his disappearance, we also held an event at the lighthouse where the lighthouse was lit up and there was a picture of Theo, and it was televised on the Facebook page, and different community volunteers and other people spoke.
Would it be fair to say you've done everything, the group of volunteers, have done everything you can to draw attention to Theo's disappearance within the community and the plight of his family in trying to find him?
Yeah, we've tried our best.
You've gone on to talk about, or list in that document, assisting with the creation of a podcast titled The Lighthouse by David Murray at The Australian.
Yeah.
I think that podcast won an award recently, is that right?
I think so, yes.
Liaison with Lauren O'Keefe from the Missing Persons Advocacy Network for support and advice in regard to the search. You also say that Lauren advocated for Theo to be one of the cases chosen for the National Missing Persons Hackathon on October the 11th, 2019.
Yep.
I can indicate to Your Honour that the results of that hackathon are in the brief, but perhaps you could briefly describe what a national hackathon is.
Yeah, sure. So I think it's run with a group based in Canada called Trace Labs, who do a lot of work with open source intelligence. And the hackathon is really where teams of investigators, be it professional investigators or just enthusiasts, may get together and they attempt to find open source information regarding, I think, 10 missing persons. It happens each year. And then that information's passed on to the police.
And so they're mining open source material from the internet using particular skills to see if there's any particular clues or information they can gather about Theo or about his disappearance or about anyone connected to him. Is that right?
Yes, and I think they search the dark web as well.
The dark web.
Information that may be available there.
Although nothing ultimately was of relevance from the dark web.
No.
If I could take you now to the searches that you've referred to in that first dot point. I understand that you became involved a bit later on the 12th of June.
Yes.
Were you able to watch the evidence of Sergeant Vidler yesterday?
Yes.
You would have seen that police have a search coordinator and a search controller and obviously a more formal system. Did the volunteers have anything like that? Did they have search coordinators or search controllers?
I guess we didn't call them by those names. And we did, I think we all tried to work very collaboratively, but over time there were certain people who were there more regularly that I guess you could call search coordinators. Yeah.
And was there one person in particular or a group of people?
I wouldn't say so. I think there was a core group of volunteers who turned up regularly, and we were all aware of the different systems and processes that we used.
You've indicated in those dot points that there was brief training provided by the SES in line searches. Mm-hmm. Do you know when that training was provided?
I can't be certain because I wasn't there that day, I'm sorry. I think their family was there, and Nolene Smith, who initially organised some of the searches, was present at that time. And
that was a one-day of training provided by SES to illuminate people into some of the basic techniques of line searches, is that right?
I don't think it was a formal training. It was at the beginning of one of the searches when there were SES members present, and the volunteers approached and asked for some information about the best way to conduct searches.
Were people required to be trained in any way to be participants in the search?
No.
In terms of how it was organised, and tell me if this is outside your body of knowledge, before a line search, was there some sort of briefing for the people who were present as to what they should be looking for and how they should be looking for it?
Yes, we did quite a comprehensive briefing at the start of each search, which covered how to do line searches, as well as a lot of safety protocols around snake bites, and looking after each other in the bush. We had sign-ins as well, and we also gave very basic instructions about what to do if you found Theo or any of his belongings.
What sort of information was searchers given about Theo's belongings or what they were looking for?
So we generally would have pictures. A poster was created with the clothes that he was wearing and all of the items that he had with him at the time.
Is that the poster?
Yeah, that's right. So we made sure that everybody was aware of all of those items, and if they came across those items in the bush, they were to take photos and to contact the police, but not to touch.
And just looking at that poster, there's a wallet, pants, shoes, the lanyard for his wake-up hostel key, a necklace, a hoodie. There's also a watch. Was it your understanding that it was believed at that time that Theo was wearing a watch?
Yes, that's right.
There was a watch found in his belongings. Is there any evidence that he had a different watch to your knowledge?
I think there was some discussion that a new watch had been brought, but I don't know specifically, sorry.
You don't know the basis upon which that was discussed?
No.
And just that final image onto the right of the watch, could you assist us with what that is?
Sure, so that's an example that we pulled from Google of a Belgian ID card, which is what Theo used when he was ejected from Cheeky Monkeys, the ID that he showed.
So you thought he might have had that on his person separately, for example, in a pocket, and that might be something that could be separate from a wallet, is that right?
Well, we didn't know.
Of course. One moment. I'm just putting on the record that slide is volume 6, tab 22.
Thank you.
Going back to the searches, you indicated that there was a sign-in, there was a briefing, and then the volunteers would conduct the line search, is that right?
Yes.
And they'd been given instructions on the morning of the briefing as to the basic principles of a line search. Did the volunteers have any system like the police did in terms of 100% detection, 80% detection, minimal search gaps? Were those sorts of principles being employed?
Yes, to some extent. So we did talk about the distance that we needed to maintain between searches and that we needed to stay in a line so that there weren't people sort of forward and back. But I think we were searching based on the idea that we might be looking for Theo. The bushland is immense around Byron Bay. So initially, in the early stages, we weren't looking for belongings as such. We're obviously keeping an eye out for those, but primarily we were searching for Theo.
And was there any particular distance that was kept between the volunteers, or did it depend on how many had turned up that day?
It did depend a little bit on how many had turned up, but generally we tried to keep between 1 to 3 metres at a maximum. And obviously there's parts of the bush where that's very hard, and it was particularly dense bushland where sometimes we had to go around, so it may not be that we could maintain that distance at all times.
Was there GPS used? I think you indicated in your statement that there was.
Yeah.
Did every volunteer have a GPS?
No. So the cartographer provided the names of 2 apps, Motion X and Runtastic, which Motion X is an Apple app that you can use, and Runtastic was available for Androids. And anybody that was able to downloaded those apps onto their phone, and then at the start of each search we would work out how many people had the app, and we would either spread them out along the line evenly, and if there was only 1 or 2, we might put them at either end of the line, or on the odd occasion where there was only 1 person, they'd be right in the centre of the line.
So very similar to the police methodology, in fact.
Yeah.
And in terms of the police, how did that relationship work? How were communications maintained with the police, who were also conducting their own searches at that time?
So we had one of the volunteers in the first week or so had very regular contact. I can't say who in particular he spoke to, but we were being given some guidelines around places to search that might be of use to them, that might be helpful. So there was quite a lot of liaison in the early weeks. We did have one of the volunteers was in contact with Sergeant Vidler in regard to the search maps and sending through maps, and then Alize also sent through a particular type of data that she requested. So that was all converted and sent through. And I think once the official search ended, then we just decided to run our own searches at that point without input.
You'd never been involved with a search with police before, I take it?
No.
Sergeant Vidler gave some very positive evidence about the contribution of the volunteers and the value that they added. From your perspective, was it a valuable working collaboration with the police?
Yes, I think so. In the early days, I think we were generally trying to do searches in the areas. We didn't want to interfere or interrupt with the work that they were doing, but we also wanted to make sure, for the comfort of Theo's family, that all possible areas were searched. So we did searches sort of further afield, up at Belongil and as far as Tyagra and down to Broken Head. And
so you were trying to help without getting in the way?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And but that also allowed you to essentially fill a gap, which gave some level of comfort to Theo's family.
Yeah, and we did have several meetings when we attended the police station and spoke to Chief Inspector Kehoe about particular issues that may have come up in the search, and we also were able to email through anything that we found out in the bushland that we felt was of relevance. We always emailed it through to the police to make sure that they had everything that we had.
Well, we're going to conduct an experiment now. We're going to try and go to your map,
Okay.
and we haven't had a chance to rehearse this, Your Honour, so we'll see how we go. This is the map that was created by your in-house cartographer.
Yes.
And this is, tell me if I'm correct, an integration of various GPS information about different days and different search techniques.
Yes, there's also on there, just to clarify, in the early days before she'd recommended the GPS apps, some of the maps from the 12th, I think, they were screenshots of areas, and that she added to the map, so there wasn't GPS locations.
Now, in terms of the different colours, I know that this map incorporates drones and abseilers and dogs as well as line searches. Are they given a specific colour?
No, so the colours represent different dates. I don't think there's any abseiling on there. But the drone searches are represented by the opaque areas.
So if we go to, we might just go to a particular date, but is the 12th of June the first day that the searches commenced by the volunteers?
It was difficult to tell because Lisa and Michael initiated the early searches, and then it was slowly, as they had other things to do, the community volunteers sort of stepped in to give them a hand. So there was sort of a gradual transition from the family to the community. But I would say probably by the Monday, Nolene had started to put up the call-outs on the Facebook page, and so that would have been the 10th, I think.
There's a submission by the family in the brief to the coroner, that's at volume 2, tab 53, which indicates that there was a search on the 10th of June in Arakwal National Park from Tallows Beach Car Park along the main sandy track and the Milne track to the beach. Are you aware of the precise area of that search or where it went?
No, I hadn't started by that point, sorry.
Well, I'll take you to the 12th of June. Is it the case that even though some activity was occurring before the 12th of June, that's the first day that's recorded on this map?
Yes.
And if we just hover the cursor over the area, I think when I was looking at it, I think sometimes it would come up with the date of the search. Is that sometimes the case?
Yeah, sometimes happens.
Hasn't happened on this occasion. So if we go to an area perhaps nearer the headland, you indicated that there was an opaque area for drone searches. Would you be able to indicate where that was?
I'm not sure if there's any over there. If you go either down south, so down the bottom there, you can see a large green opaque area over the swamps.
So I'll just describe that for the record, although we might need to work out a way of formalising this at some stage using the YouTube footage, Your Honour. But that's in Arakwal National Park.
Yes.
There's a large green shaded area, and is that coming up as what? Is that coming up as the date being the 12th of June? Are you able to indicate, Dr. Todd, the drone searches, how many drone searches were involved?
20th of June.
It was,
20th of June.
there were a few people, different people that had drones that came along on different occasions.
Yes.
But generally one of those searches would only be done by one drone.
You would have heard Sergeant Vidler give evidence yesterday that she's got a certification as a drone flyer. Did they all have certifications? No. And she also gave some evidence that the police drones have some form of thermal imaging equipment. Do you know if these drones had...
I don't think so. I think they were
recreational
more
drones?
basic, yes.
Yes. Yeah. Did they have videos or a capacity to record?
I couldn't say, I'm sorry.
And they did have GPS though, is that right?
I wasn't really involved with the drone searches, so I'm not sure how.
I won't ask
those
you to,
search
if you don't feel
areas
confident, I won't ask you to tell us too much.
Thanks.
You indicated that, and you've anticipated my question, there were abseilers who were volunteers who were involved in the search. Their searches are not depicted on this map, is that right?
No.
What can you tell Her Honour about the activities of the volunteer abseilers?
So as far as I know, I wasn't involved, but my husband did attend on one of the days that I think they went abseiling, and there was a call out on the Facebook page for people to come and just sit at the top with the ropes to make sure that they weren't touched or interfered with while the abseilers were going down.
When you say sit at the top, you're talking about the police abseilers?
No.
No. So sorry, I don't understand.
Okay, sorry.
So where were the volunteer abseilers based? Did they do a particular search of any particular area?
So as in terms of what I understand, they were to the north of the lighthouse. Mm-hmm. And I think there was 2 or 3 different abseilers, and then there was two or three support persons there as well.
Yes. And do you know whether there was any record of their search, for example, by video or phone video or photographs or maps?
No, not that I'm aware of. I think the person coordinating the search was Phil Bigar, who is an ex-search and rescue operative. So,
and is it the case that some of the volunteers who did have some form of training or expertise, did they start to assume greater prominence and were coordinating more of the searches? Is that how it worked?
I don't think so, because I don't think any of us had a lot of expertise. We were all learning as we went and trying to understand the processes that we used and just do it to the best of our ability.
It was a learning experience for all of you, I take it.
Absolutely, yeah.
In terms of this map, we won't go through each particular line, but is there anything you think is of significance to the coroner in terms of what this depicts or its significance?
I think it's just important to say that we feel as though we probably covered 90% of the bushland in the area around Byron Bay that's depicted on the map. You know, we can't be 100% sure that we got every little area within the map, but I think we did feel confident that we'd done a thorough enough search to determine that Theo wasn't in the bushland there.
Obviously, one of the most significant contributions of the community volunteers was that it was a volunteer who found what we now know to be Theo's puma cap.
Yes.
And that was found in an area of bushland which was known to be on the route that he'd taken by his Google GPS location data.
Yes.
Do you know, and I'm putting you on the spot, do you know how many searches had been conducted by volunteers prior to the 7th of July when that cap was located?
Ooh. How many searches in total?
Or if there had been any searches at all
Of
in
that
particular
area?
Yes.
There may have been 1 or 2. I think people had walked the dunes down Tallow Beach, but I think it was the first proper line search that we'd done of that area.
The first proper line search you'd done of that area of Theo's route through the Arakwal National Park?
No, We had seen the path that he'd walked, but we didn't have it mapped out by GPS onto Google Maps. So we just did a general sweep south from the Tallow Beach car park, and our intention was to go right down to the creek that day and then back up, because that area hadn't been searched thoroughly at that point by us.
I see. And I'll just read out a portion of your submission, which is at page 17.
Mm-hmm.
It reads, the hat was upside down. The person who located it picked it up with a stick to examine it more closely. Just pausing there,
Yes.
Is that a technique that you had been taught by the police or by the SES to ensure there was no contamination of evidence, or was that just good judgment on that person's part?
No, because we'd actually instructed people not to touch anything, but obviously she made a call at that time that she couldn't determine whether the hat matched Theo's and decided to turn it over.
Do you know whether or not, and I know you're not the person involved, do you
Yeah.
know whether or not that person took a photo of the hat in situ before it was touched with the stick?
No, I don't believe so.
It goes on to say, as it was raining, the hat was wet. It appeared to be a dark greyish colour with a white Puma logo on the front and a tear on the brim. And it goes on to outline that a photo of the hat was sent to Lisa, Theo's cousin, to verify that it matched the description of Theo's hat. Is that right?
Yes.
And once that was confirmed, it was the Byron Bay Police Station was contacted.
Yes.
Was that by you?
Yes, that was by me.
And a pin was dropped, is that right, to ensure that the GPS coordinates were preserved for the police?
Yes,
So you were present at the scene.
I was.
Did you see the hat before it was touched with the stick?
No.
Are you confident that you placed the pin in the correct spot as to where that hat was located?
I didn't, because when I was trying to do it, I was having issues with the data at the time, and it kept referring back to a previous ping I dropped for another item of clothing that we'd found. And so another person in the search team did the pin drop and emailed it through to the station.
Did you observe them do the pin drop?
No, I asked them to do it for me.
But you
I
can't
didn't watch, yeah.
You didn't watch, so you're not in a position to give evidence about where they were standing at that particular point.
That's right.
Understood. All right. Well, I'll move now to some of the other activities that the volunteers were involved with. If I could go to page 27 of your submission. We've already gone through the posters of Theo's belongings, and we've seen a picture of that, and that was placed on beach entrances along the New South Wales coast and on social media sites. Mm-hmm. Was it the case that you were being contacted, or you or the other volunteers were being contacted in response to those posters? How are you coordinating people calling in or contacting you to say, I might have seen something of relevance?
So on the poster, people were directed to contact the Byron Bay Police or Crime Stoppers.
So you weren't personally receiving contact from people?
No. People may contact us directly, but they were always redirected if they had any information of relevance to speak to the police.
So you were making sure that you weren't being a barrier to information reaching the police?
No, absolutely. And there was a lot of information that came in, so we obviously didn't have the time or the skills to manage any of that information.
Goes on to say, provided information packs to fishing trawlers at Ballina and Yamba to ensure that they were looking out for Theo or his belongings in the water or in their net. How was that received when you did that? Did they were happy to do that?
I believe so. I didn't go down. Some of the search volunteers went down, but as far as I know, that it was well received and everybody took the information packs, and I think they put posters up in the centres or the fishing co-ops as well to make sure that all of the fishermen were aware.
Analysed drone footage of the Lighthouse Cliffs. I'm going to ask you a bit more about the attempts to get drone footage, but how did you get drone footage of the Lighthouse Cliffs? Was that from your volunteer drone pilots?
Yeah, so there was a volunteer drone pilot that came to the lighthouse and just did a general scan back and forth and then provided the footage for Theo's family to look through, particularly for the phone.
And then you go on to say you contacted numerous local drone photographers and scenic helicopter companies to encourage video footage to be submitted to the police. I think it's the case that you contacted approximately 12 different potential drone footage Instagram accounts, is that right?
Yep.
To see whether they had any relevant footage of the lighthouse area.
Yes.
Was anything of interest located in that?
I don't know, because I think there was one person who said that he was able to submit some footage to the police, but we weren't collecting that information ourselves.
And similarly, you contacted about 10 scenic helicopter flights or light area flights to see if they had any video footage of the lighthouse area for the first week of June?
Yes.
And is it the same situation that you referred them to the police so you don't know what was produced?
Yeah, I think most of them generally did say when I spoke to them on the phone that they hadn't noticed anything, but we encouraged if they had any video footage or recalled anything that they should contact the police. Yeah.
In addition to the flyer that I've shown you earlier with Theo's belongings, was there another flyer created by the community members which had a picture of Theo's phone?
Oh, I can't remember. I know there was another photo, there was a missing persons poster that was separate to that poster of his belongings, but I can't remember. Do you mean one specifically of the phone?
Yes.
Not that I can recall.
Are you aware of any poster or flyer being created that was used in a leaflet drop of the area to ask if people had CCTV footage?
I am, yeah.
So could you tell us about that?
So on one of the days when it was very rainy and we couldn't get out searching, we were trying to think of other ideas of ways that we could obtain information, and one of the ideas that was generated was to put posters at, I don't think we had, I can't remember if we had his path at that point, I'm sorry, but we did a general leaflet drop all around Byron Bay just to let people know that Theo was missing, and in particular that we were looking for his phone in case it had been thrown into somebody's backyard or anybody came across it lying in the street somewhere.
And again, was Crime Stoppers or the police where people were encouraged to contact?
Yes.
So you don't know again?
No, I don't know
the outcome of that.
Yeah.
You do indicate briefly in the submission that there was a search through Facebook and Instagram to see if anyone could be located, and to give an example, if anyone could be located having a beach party on the 31st of May or the 1st of June in the Tallows Beach area. Is that right?
Yeah.
Were you corresponding directly with the people with those Instagram accounts?
I think Michael Dorcombe was any photos that were located where they had the date of the 31st of May or the sunrise on the 1st of June. He contacted them directly to ask if they were present at the time.
And a final topic, and that is support provided to the Hayez family. You might have seen the very moving evidence from JP at the start of this inquest, where he talked about the overwhelming support that they received from the Byron Bay community.
Yeah.
There's a very poignant detail in that submission about when Laurent came, the fridge was filled so that he had food on his arrival. There's been such an incredible community response to this case. What is it about this case in particular that you think has captured the people of Byron Bay so much and led to this outpouring of support?
Look, I think in general the people who live in Byron are very compassionate and empathic as a community. Everybody's quite in touch with their feelings here. And I just think we had so much compassion thinking about this family on the other side, a family on the other side of the world who would have been feeling so fearful and so powerless.
And that would have, of course, given you a real insight into just the agony that grieving families must experience.
Definitely.
And having had that experience of the community drawing together to support the family and to do the search, is that something that you think will happen again if tragically there were other missing persons, families in the same position?
I would hope so, and I hope in a way that what we've done inspires people all over the world to get involved as well, because I think it's invaluable, the support that's provided to the family.
Thank you for your time, Dr. Todd. There may
Thank
be
you.
some other questions from you.
Just one moment.
Sure.
Mr Evenden,
Thank you, Your Honour.
you got just a cup there and some water?
Yeah, I have, thank you.
Dr. Todd, thanks for your evidence so far. Just want to go to some aspects of the search that was undertaken in relation to the community aspect of that search. So your involvement was from about the 12th of June.
Yes.
And the first record that we saw on the, are you able to bring up that? The first record we saw on the link of your searches was from the 12th of June, and it showed an area being searched around is it Cumberland Swamp, west of the township?
Yeah, so we refer to that area as Butler Street because it's where the markets used to be held.
All right, and that's an area, that orange area, that was searched on the 12th of June?
Yes.
And that's an area between the Arts Factory and Wake Up Hostel, is that
Yes.
right? And the other orange segment that's shown is up near Wake Up, is that right?
Wake Up's a little further to the west.
I see.
But yeah.
All right. The next recording that exists in this interactive map is from the 19th of June. Mm-hmm. And that's from North Belongil Beach. Mm-hmm. Were you involved in that search?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall why it was volunteers were searching at North Belongil Beach that day?
From memory, that was at a time that we were liaising with police, and it was suggested that that was a good area to be searching.
All right. You heard some questions that I asked of Sergeant Vidler yesterday about the 18th of June, the day before that.
Yes.
When there was when there were a large number of community volunteers registered by the police as assisting with some of the searches.
Yep.
You were searching that day.
Yes.
Jacqueline and Renee Scott were searching that day.
Yes.
And there were searches undertaken that day by volunteers of areas west of the pass going through to Captain Cook Lookout. Is that right?
Yeah, that was one of the areas, I believe, and we also searched east. So from the pass car park, there's a path that you can walk right up to the lighthouse, and the SES were there and they were doing a hand and knee search of the west of the path to the beach, and the volunteers searched from the east of the path, not right through to Watergoes, but just the main area just east of the footpath.
All right. Is it the case that the police on that morning were mainly searching around Watergoes and this area to the east of the pass? Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And did you yourself have any contact with the search coordinator, Louis Papworth, that day?
No, I didn't.
All right. And do you recall being spoken to, or the volunteers being spoken to by Chief Inspector Matt Kehoe that morning?
Yes.
And do you remember what was said?
The only thing I remember was that was the first day we were shown a photograph of the phone. So I think he brought along a piece of paper with the phone, a picture of the phone printed out so that we could all see the colour and the type of phone it was.
All right. And 12 o'clock that day, there's a note that's been taken by Senior Constable Papworth that he spoke to Phil Biggar about how he'd abseiled from the area near the lighthouse. Now, you've given a little bit of evidence already about the volunteer abseilers and the involvement of your husband. It appears from that and record on Tuesday the 18th that there'd already been some abseiling undertaken by volunteer abseilers at an area near the lighthouse. Is that right?
Yeah, the only search I know about was on the 16th, I think.
All right, that was the search that your husband was involved in, and that was on a Sunday,
Yes.
the 16th. Okay. Now, there's a entry in the police event entry, which is in volume 1 of the brief, annexed to the officer in charge's statement, that indicates that on the 15th of June, so on the Saturday, Terry Sandon from Marine Rescue had contacted the police and given an indication about an area to search 150 metres east of the lighthouse between the little lookout and the main lookout. Do you recall whether community volunteers, Phil Biggar, your husband, were in possession of any information from that Saturday that led to the community abseiling search on the Sunday of an area near the lighthouse?
No, I think at that point in time, I was simply an attendee of the search and I wasn't involved in liaising with the police or gathering or hearing any other information from the community, so I don't know the motivation for that search, sorry.
All right. Now, the record, again, the log from Senior Constable Papworth that day indicates that just before 2 p.m. that day, searchers, and I mean the police and the SES, were sent to Tallows Beach car park to commence searching of another area. I assume during that day you had no awareness of the Google data that had been provided to police a couple of days before.
No.
And as a community search volunteer, when was it that you first became aware of that data?
The 2nd of July 2019.
All right. And do you now know why that wasn't brought to your attention immediately?
My understanding is that the family was asked to keep that information confidential at the time.
All right. Is it the case that the police search, that initial police search, ended sometime towards the end of June?
Yes, I think so.
All right. And volunteers continued to search and that resulted in the finding of the cap on the 7th of July?
Yes.
If you could put that map up. Right. Okay. I want to ask you some questions about searches that were undertaken in August, and they're referred to in the map as searches by dogs on the 22nd and 23rd of August.
Yep.
Do you know about those searches?
I do.
Were you involved in organising them?
Yes.
So there's a reference in the document to, it looks like 2 dogs, Boof and Rufus.
Yep.
Boof or Boof? Boof. Can you tell us what happened with these searches on these 2 days?
Yes. So we were contacted by Search Dog Sydney, who is a volunteer search dog organisation based in Sydney, obviously. And they offered their services to come and help search for Theo. So they came up for, I think they searched on 2 or 3 different days. And we met with them prior to discuss just different ideas around where might be useful for them to search, but they also had their own missing persons assessment where they they could determine which areas were of the most relevance to them as well. So it was a collaboration between their experience and knowledge and us providing some information to them about areas we struggled to search because of the density of the bush, or other areas of particular interest that we thought they might be able to go to. So I think they did 2 sessions each day that they were here of a couple of hours, because the dogs obviously get tired and need to rest. And the handlers were fitted with GPS trackers, and I think the dogs were fitted with GPS trackers. So all of the yellow lines on the map show the search path of the dogs.
All right, and the map shows that the dogs searched the area north of the Tennyson Street playing fields?
Yes.
And they searched an area south of Tallow Beach Road and east of Patterson Street.
Yes.
And then they've also searched the Tallow Beach area, and in particular, it looks like a lot of searches around Cosy Corner and on the headland facing down into Cosy Corner. Is that right? And what was the experience of these dogs and their handlers in terms of searching for a person or any of their personal effects prior to doing these searches?
Sorry, what was their experience?
That's right.
I don't know. I couldn't speak to that, sorry.
All right.
I think they've been involved in regular training. They are accredited, so we did check their basic credentials
Right.
before they were asked to come up, but I can't speak to how many searches they had conducted or been involved in prior to that.
All right. It's clear they really have searched the Cosy Corner headland quite extensively.
Yeah, because that was an area it's very steep and there's a lot of shale in there, so it was quite difficult for volunteer searchers in that area, so it felt better to have the dogs in there.
All right, thank you. Now, just going to aspects of your report, at page 3 of your report, which is, sorry, I withdraw that, at page 4, which is red page 5, you've referred to the community context, and you've raised some concerns about Byron Bay in particular and the high rates of violence, substance abuse and homelessness.
Yes.
On what basis do you say that that's relevant to this matter?
I think when people come to Byron Bay, it has a very positive, friendly, vibrant atmosphere. And I think as a group we felt that it's easy for people who come here to be lulled into a false sense of security about how safe the town is. And then I think we were contrasting that with our experience of being out in the bush and doing the searches. We saw a lot of the issues with homelessness and the effects of drugs that really contrast to that vibe that Byron generally has. And I mean, I think the community in general also is very aware of a lot of the assaults and the alcohol-fueled violence that occurs. So there was just a general community feel that perhaps backpackers or other people who didn't have an experience of living here might not be aware of some of those issues.
All right. There's a reference to homeless support workers in Byron Bay reporting high levels of serious mental illness, substance abuse and violence among what you said as rough sleepers. Have you actually spoken yourself to any homeless support workers in Byron Bay?
I have.
All right.
And there were, I think the thing that concerned us is that there were several violent assaults in the months prior to Theo going missing. And
Mr. Evenden, I think we have to be a bit careful here, given that Dr. Todd, she's here for a particular reason to talk about the searches, and that's been really valuable. But otherwise, I think we're going to have to get some firmer evidence the police, because I don't want Dr. Todd to have to be open to cross-examination as well.
Well, I'm just dealing with aspects of her report. If you can go to page 11 of your report.
Well, I know you're dealing with aspects of the report, but you listen to what I'm saying as well.
I'm listening, Your Honour.
Yeah. Okay.
But I am intending to deal with matters that are in the report.
Well, I know you're intending to do that, but you may not be able to because it may not be appropriate given the expertise of this witness.
Well, I'll if there's an objection, I'll address that, Your Honour.
But someone with your experience should know what's appropriate, and I trust that you will use that expertise wisely, Mr. Evenden.
I'm intending to, Your Honour. If you can go to page 11 of your report. You've raised some concerns about the end of Tennyson Street in your report.
Yes.
And it refers to discussions with workers from Byron Shire Council. Are those people that you've spoken to?
Yeah, I spoke to those people.
All right. And there's an indication there that, or can you tell us what they told you?
Yes, so I just happened to be walking through the area one day. It's close to my children's school. So I approached and asked if they'd ever had any issues or they'd noticed anything of significance that occurred at that area behind the cricket nets. And they were able to say that they're responsible for the clean-up of the sports field and that area, and that they were often having to clean up drug paraphernalia and rubbish and other things that were left there from people who were sitting there and using that as an area to socialise.
All right. Your report's from May 2020. Do you know when you had that conversation?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but I'm sure I have a record of it somewhere.
Was it after Theo had gone missing?
Yes, definitely.
All right. There's also a reference in the report to neighbours in the area and members of the football club making certain reports. Have you had those conversations with anyone from any neighbours or members of the football club?
I've spoken to people who do training at the fields, and they reported to us that, and to me in particular, that they were there on Friday nights for training for their child's sports training, and that there were frequently people on a Friday night sitting in that area behind the concrete block at the back of the cricket nets.
All right. The same area that Theo had gone, or at least the GPS data shows that his phone was that night?
Yes.
All right. In your report, it indicates that those people spoken to, neighbours and members of the football club, indicate that that's an area where delinquent teenagers...
I object to this topic and I object to that phrase. And this witness has given incredibly valuable... I apologise, Sharon. This witness has given very valuable and useful evidence to this inquest about a tremendous service that these volunteers have given. But in terms of opinion, with the greatest of respect to Dr. Todd, she's not an expert, and she hasn't been called here today to traverse into those areas. We do have the report and it has been pursued, but I think we're getting to a stage where there's limited utility to Your Honour's statutory functions if we pursue this topic much further, and I do object at this point.
This is exactly what I was talking about,
If I
Mr.
could be heard, Your Honour, there's an objection. I'd like to be heard. This matter is highly relevant to the family.
What matter are you referring to?
The question of whether there may have been others at the Tennyson Street cricket nets on the Friday night.
Yes, it's relevant, Mr. Evenden, but we need evidence, proper evidence, as well as relevance, and this is not the way to do it.
Well, let me make a submission to Your Honour about that. We've heard evidence from Detective Parker, who was asked about what investigations he'd undertaken about the end of Tennyson Street in circumstances where the Google data shows that Theo was there for 7 minutes, was on his phone, we don't know for how much of that time, but had very oddly gone there, having left Cheeky Monkeys sometime earlier. There is a very strong inference in my submission from the evidence that when he then travels to Tallows Beach, he does so not by himself but with someone else, someone with local knowledge of a local path to get to Tallows Beach. That therefore raises the question of whether he met someone either at Tennyson Street or beforehand and went with them. We've already heard evidence, or we've heard Detective Parker indicate that he can't say whether or not Theo was with someone at Cosy Corner. That's highly relevant to what may have happened to him. In terms of Detective Parker's investigations, he said no information has come to police about that area on that night. He indicated there'd been some canvasses, and he indicated that, or we know that he took a statement in April 2020 from one homeless man that lived in that area. Now, in comparison to that, Your Honour, we have community volunteers, including Dr. Todd, who have had personal interactions, who've had discussions, and I'm getting evidence of that, and I'm being
Silence, please. All stand. This coroner's court now resumes.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Just get Dr. Todd. I think we're back with the live stream now. Have a seat, thanks, Dr. Todd. I just want to say that there's sometimes there is arguments between lawyers in these proceedings, and just to make it clear, it doesn't mean that we're not interested in what happened at the cricket nets, behind the cricket nets. I'm sure you know, and speaking to Theo's family, that we want to know everything, but it has to be done in the right way. And so, and I'll say it publicly, we want to know if anyone knows anything that happened on the night of the 31st around the cricket nets or anywhere else that had anything to do with Theo that night. So it's a major issue in this inquest. It has been right from the beginning, and it is right throughout this inquest, and it will always be, but it has to be done properly. Okay. Yes, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Your Honour. Could I have one moment, Your Honour? Going back to Tennyson Street and the cricket nets, is it the case that in July 2019 you personally saw the remains of a fire on the concrete slab?
Yes.
Do you remember where that was? Oh, sorry, when that was in July?
It was I had Theo's Google data map on the 2nd of July, and it was a few days after that when we decided to follow his path. So it would have been the first week of July.
In spite of the inquiries by yourself and other members of the community about Tennyson Street and whether anyone might have been there on the night Theo left Cheeky Monkeys, is it the case, or I'll ask you this, has any direct evidence been established that anyone else was there around 11 p.m. that night at the Tennyson Street cricket nets?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
All right. You also made some submissions in your submission to the coroner about homeless camps at Tallows Beach.
Yes.
And there's a reference in your submission to there being 3 occupied campsites in the bushland between the Lighthouse and Tallow Creek.
Yes.
Are each of those campsites that you personally have viewed or had viewed at some time after Theo's disappearance?
Yes.
All right. One of them is a campsite of someone whose name was Tommy, who police spoke to in early July 2019. You know about that campsite?
Yes, I do.
And that's quite an established large campsite.
It's very large, yeah.
And he's been there for some time.
Yes.
And he collects bikes and things like that.
Yes.
All right. The second campsite, of which there's a photograph in your report at page 14 or read page 15, was a campsite that you've indicated had been abandoned in July sometime.
Yes.
That's July 2019?
Yes.
All right. And is it the case that searches around that campsite found some bank cards in a particular person's name?
It wasn't at that campsite, it was further up Tallow Beach towards Cosy Corner.
All right. And that find was made on the 22nd of June by Renee Scott?
Yes.
And one of those cards had some photo identification of a person?
Yes.
And is it the case that shortly after, or several days after, that card with the photo, which was in fact a driver's licence, was found, that a member of the volunteer search team sighted someone near the campsite of which you've got a photo?
Yes.
Now, that campsite correct me if I'm wrong, was almost exactly where the Google data shows Theo or Theo's phone coming out onto Tallows Beach.
Yeah, so when you walk through the dunes, that campsite is about, I'd say, 3 to 5 metres to the south of where he exited out onto the beach.
All right. What can you say, if anything, about whether that campsite was there on the night of the 31st of May?
We can't confirm, obviously, because we weren't in that area at that time, but I think due to how established the camp looked in terms of having clotheslines and toileting areas and the amount of belongings that were there, it seemed like it had been there for a while. But I obviously can't say for sure the exact amount of time.
All right. And there's been some analysis of the person that is identified in those in that licence, and some discussion of that on the Lighthouse podcast. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. But you're not aware of that person having been interviewed at all to date?
No.
Okay.
I don't know if the person from the campsite has been identified.
No.
Obviously, the ID, we can't confirm that
No.
ID
Yep.
is for that person in that camp.
All right. Yep.
Could you just clarify? Dr. Todd is interviewed by who?
Oh, yeah. And when you answered my question that person hasn't been identified, and I'm talking about the person whose licence was found further up Tallows Beach, you're indicating that person hasn't been identified hasn't been interviewed by the police.
No, sorry, I mean the person who was living in that camp has not been determined who was actually living there at that time.
Yep.
As far as I know.
All right. Well, Dr. Scott, thank you so much for your time. Those are the questions that I have for you. I think personally what you and the community volunteers have done really is an inspiration for others. And I know that you're obviously being thanked by the family or will be thanked by them in many ways, but certainly publicly on their behalf, I would convey their thanks to you and all of the community volunteers who've done so much for them since Theo went missing.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Just see if Ms Palmer's got any questions.
Your Honour, Mr Lowe is going to address Dr. Todd.
Mr
Good
Lowe.
morning, Your Honour.
Morning.
Good morning, Dr. Todd.
Good morning.
Honour lawyer appearing Commissioner of Police. Your Honour, with Your Honour's indulgence, if I may briefly extend the thanks of the Commissioner of New South Wales Police to Ms Todd and her colleagues. As Ms Palmer of Council said on day one of the inquest, New South Wales Police acknowledges the extraordinary efforts of the volunteers in the search for Theo, the unwavering dedication and commitment to finding Theo and seeking answers for Theo's family is a shared objective of Ms Todd and your colleagues and the New South Wales Police Force. Ms Todd's willingness to volunteer your time and to assist your community is commendable, and we thank you for that.
Thank you.
Finally, Your Honour, New South Wales Police depends upon and strongly encourages community encouragement and collaboration relating to any matters of concern to members of the community. That's all I wish to say, Your Honour.
Yes, thank you, Mr Lowe. Is there anything arising?
No, thank you, Todd. Thank you, Dr. Todd, for your evidence and for your time involved in this case.
Thank you.
And I also would like to echo what's been said on behalf of the family and the New South Wales Police, and it was an incredible effort that you all put in and continue to put in, and so it really is very impressive, and I'm also very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're excused. Thank you. Ms Edwards.
So, Your Honour, the next topic is the family statement. We might need a bit of time to think about how we're going to organise the courtroom.
Sure.
Because there'll be interpreters as well.
Yes. All right. Well, we'll take
an early break. I'm sorry.
No, we'll take a break. I know that there's also a meeting with Professor
At 3.
at 3, so we could take an hour, if that's all right. Okay, we could come back at 1:30 if that suits.
Okay.
All right, that suits everyone. All right, we'll come back at 1:30 for the family statements.
Silence, please, all stand. Coroners Court temporarily adjourned.
Three, yeah, three.
Silence, please. All stand. This coroner's court now resumes.
All right, now we've come back to hear the family statements. Who would like to go first? Laurent, thank you. Please come up. Have a seat. Feel free to take off your mask.
Thank you, Your Honour.
And just take your time.
Thank you. I will do my best.
Yes. Just, we're all thinking of you.
Thank you so much.
We just have to wait one moment. I'm sorry, there's a technical issue. Is it okay now? All right. Anytime you're ready.
Thank you. Votre Honneur, j'aimerais remercier au nom de la famille Hayez, le peuple indigène d'Australie et en particulier la communauté Boodjalung de Byron Bay de nous accueillir sur leur terre. Je ne vais pas vous parler de Théo trop longtemps car son frère le décrira encore mieux que moi, la personnalité solaire de Théo. Je ne suis pas venu ici durant ces 2 semaines éprouvantes pour critiquer le travail de l'un ou l'autre, mais pour faire partie d'une équipe dont le but ultime est de découvrir ce qu'il est arrivé à notre Théo.
Your Honour, I would like to thank, on behalf of the Hayez family, the Indigenous people and in particular the Boonjalung community to welcome us on their land. I don't want to speak to you about Theo because his brother Lucas will already talk about him and describe his sunny personality. I have not come here during these 2 distressing weeks to criticise the work of one or the other, but to be part of a team whose ultimate goal is to discover what happened to our Theo.
À ce sujet, je voudrais rendre hommage aux énormes efforts qui ont été consentis par les équipes de recherche actives sur le terrain et la police en général. J'aimerais également remercier le détective inspecteur Glenn Brown pour sa sensibilité et son travail dans lequel je place beaucoup d'espoir à l'avenir afin de résoudre le cas de Théo, mais également celui de nombreuses personnes disparues en Australie.
And about this, I would like to pay my respects to the enormous efforts of the active searching teams on the field. And I would also like to thank Detective Inspector Glenn Brown for his sensitivity and his work in which I place a lot of hope in the future to solve Theo's case, but also the cases of many missing persons in Australia.
Par contre, je voudrais manifester ma petite déception par rapport à la collaboration trop timide de certaines compagnies utilisant le geofencing. En attendant que les lois changent, je trouve décevant de devoir les supplier afin d'espérer obtenir une quelconque collaboration.
But I would like to express my disappointment regarding the collaboration, which I find too shallow, of certain companies using geofencing. And while we wait for laws to change, I find disappointing to have to beg for them to hope obtaining some sort of collaboration.
Alors que ça fait des années que nous sommes constamment tracés par des compagnies qui utilisent la géolocalisation et revendent ensuite nos data à des fins commerciales, pas toujours à notre consentement, je ne peux tolérer leur manque de collaboration. Je suis convaincu que certaines compagnies utilisant le geofencing étaient ou sont encore capables d'apporter la lumière dans ce qui s'est produit dans la nuit du 31 mai au 1er juin.
Well, it has been years that we've been constantly tracked by companies using geolocalization, and they sell this data for commercial purposes, not always with our consent. I cannot tolerate the lack of collaboration, and I am convinced that certain companies that are using this geofencing might be able to shed light on what happened in the night of the 31st to the 1st of June.
Je voudrais également remercier personnellement notre avocat, ainsi que les 3 membres de l'équipe qui vous assistent pour leur travail, leur professionnalisme et leur grande intelligence émotionnelle.
I would also like to personally thank our lawyer and the 3 members of the team that is assisting you for their great work, their professionalism and their emotional intelligence.
Excuse me, Joanna.
Yes.
Enfin, si vous le permettez, votre honneur, j'aimerais vous faire une confidence. Lors du premier media release, peu après mon arrivée en Australie en juin 2019, j'ai eu l'occasion, à la fin de mon intervention, de lancer un message désespéré. People have the power. En faisant allusion à une chanson d'une de mes artistes préférées, Madame Patti Smith.
And finally, if you allow me, Your Honour, I would like to tell you something. During the first media release, not long after my arrival in Australia in June 2019, I had the opportunity at the end of my speech to send a desperate call. People have the power. While alluding to a song from one of my favourite artists, Mrs. Patti Smith.
À ce moment, votre honneur, je n'aurais jamais pu imaginer à quel point cette phrase était tellement proche de la réalité. Dans notre immense détresse, nous avons eu l'immense chance de pouvoir compter sur un soutien incroyable de la part de nos compatriotes en Belgique, mais également et surtout de la part de la magnifique communauté de Byron Bay. Lorsque j'étais jeune, adolescent, mon père m'a dit un jour, « Mon grand, tu auras l'attention et les amis que tu mérites. » Et je pense que le soutien de la population de Byron Bay est tout à fait fidèle à la personne solaire qu'était Théo. Que tous ces gens soient remerciés pour l'éternité. Grâce à eux, je garde foi en l'humanité. Tout n'est pas perdu dans ce monde, votre honneur. Je vous remercie.
At that time, I would have never been able to imagine the extent to which this sentence was so close to reality. And in our distress, we have had the immense chance to be able to rely on an incredible support from our fellow citizens in Belgium, but also, and most importantly, from the amazing community of Byron Bay. When I was young, as a teenager, my father told me, "My boy, you will get the attention and the friends that you deserve." And I believe that the support shown by the community of Byron Bay towards the sunny person that Theo was really shows that. And I would like to thank all of these people for eternity. Thanks to them, I keep faith in humanity. Not everything is lost in this world. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you so much, Laurent,
Thank
for
you,
those
Laurent.
beautiful words. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we have Jacqueline. Please have a seat. And you may take that off. And just take your time.
Should I say something? Your Honour, just before Jacqueline starts,
Yes.
I think we're trying to organise for an image of Theo to come
Okay.
up on the screen.
Ah, here he is.
Thank you.
Such a great photo.
Je suis Jacqueline, je suis la grand-mère maternelle de Théo. Et Théo, quand il était petit, m'a surnommé Kiki. Et Je suis devenue Kiki pour toute la famille.
My name is Jacqueline, and I am Theo's grandmother on his mother's side. And when he was small, Theo nicknamed me Kiki, and then I became Kiki for the entire family.
Je vais vous parler de ma relation avec Theo.
I'm going to talk to you about my relationship with Theo.
Theo était mon premier petit enfant et je l'adorais. Je suis proche de ma fille Vinciane et donc j'ai eu la chance de m'occuper tous les mercredis de Theo et Lucas quand ils étaient petits.
Theo was my first grandchild, and I loved him. I'm close to my daughter, Vinciane, and every Wednesday I had the chance to take care of Theo and Luca when they were little.
Ma relation avec Theo a grandi avec lui. Nous étions proches et il aimait passer du temps avec moi.
My relationship with Theo grew as he grew. We were close and we loved spending time. He loved spending time with me.
Tous les mardis soirs, je passais la soirée avec Theo et Lucas jusqu'au moment où il est parti en Australie parce que ma fille et son compagnon partaient faire leurs activités sportives. Et je ne sais pas qui babysitait qui.
Every Tuesday night, I had Theo and Luca with me, spend the night with me until he left for Australia, because my daughter and her partner were doing their sport at the time, and I don't know who was taking care of who.
Nous étions heureux de passer du temps à trois.
We were happy to spend time, the three of us together.
Theo est souvent venu me voir à la côte belge. Nous avons aussi la mer en Belgique, mais c'est la mer du Nord.
Theo often came to see me on the Belgian coast. We also have the sea in Belgium, that's the Northern Sea.
Et avant son départ, pendant l'été, il est venu un week-end prolongé me voir avec sa petite amie et Lou que nous avons vu la semaine passée comme témoin. C'était délicieux ce moment. Ils étaient gais, gentils, spontanés.
Before his departure, Theo came in the summer for a long weekend to see me with his girlfriend and Lou, who we heard from last week as a witness. It was a very special time. They were happy, kind, spontaneous.
Nous étions complices, Theo et moi. Nous sommes partis ensemble au Portugal. Il était curieux de tout, intéressé par l'histoire, l'art, l'architecture et la société portugaise.
Theo and I understood each other, and we went to Portugal together. He was curious, interested by history, art, architecture, and the Portuguese society.
C'était un compagnon agréable, toujours content, se plaignant de rien, même dans l'inconfort.
He was a very good companion, very nice, always okay, and never complaining about anything.
Theo venait également dormir chez moi quand il sortait avec ses copains en ville En effet, j'habite Bruxelles et sa maman à l'extérieur de la ville. Et nous avions cet arrangement pour qu'il n'ait pas de souci pour rentrer le soir.
Theo came to sleep at my place when he was going out with friends in town because I live in Brussels and his mother lives outside of town. And so we had this arrangement to ensure there would be no problem at night.
Plus d'une fois, je l'ai vu à l'improviste quand il rentrait. Et je ne l'ai jamais vu ivre ou proche de cet état. Théo était responsable et très conscient de ses actes. Je lui faisais confiance et je sais qu'il le méritait.
More than once, I have seen him while he was coming back, and I have never seen him drunk or close to that state. Theo was responsible and very conscious of his acts. I was trusting him because he deserved it.
Je crois qu'il n'aurait jamais pris le risque de faire ce trajet tout seul dans le froid et dans le noir.
I believe that he would never taken the risk to do this track in the dark by himself in the cold.
J'ai eu du mal à entendre l'induction qu'il avait été intoxiqué, désorienté et perdu. Cela ne lui ressemble en rien et il n'a rien fait de tel que je sache pendant le reste de son séjour en Australie.
I struggle to hear the inference that he would have been intoxicated, disoriented, and lost. It doesn't resemble him at all. And he has never done anything of the sort during the rest of his trip in Australia.
Pourquoi aurait-il commencé à la veille de son retour, alors qu'il désirait ardemment rentrer et nous revoir?
Why would he have started just days before his return? Well, he wanted very much to come home and see us again.
J'ai fait le voyage pour accompagner Vinciane et Lucas, mais aussi car je voulais voir le pays où il a été heureux les derniers mois de sa vie.
I came on this trip to accompany Luca and Vinciane, but also to see the country where he had been happy the last months of his life.
Théo était mon soleil.
Theo was my sunshine.
Je voudrais maintenant vous remercier, votre honneur, ainsi que votre équipe, pour toute l'humanité que j'ai pu percevoir pendant ces 15 jours de votre part.
And now I would like to thank you, Your Honour, and your team for all the humanity we have received in the last 15 days.
Je remercie aussi tous les gens qui ont présenté leurs condoléances et je voudrais remercier particulièrement toute la communauté de Byron Bay. Je savais par ma fille qu'elle était accueillante, mais j'ai jamais imaginé que c'était avec autant d'amour.
I would also like to thank all those who expressed their condolences, and particularly the community of Byron Bay. I knew from my daughter they had been welcoming, but I didn't know that they would do that with so much love.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Lucas. Just take your time. You've got plenty of time. The microphone's not touching. Just make sure the microphone's not touching. Yes. Thank you. Thanks.
Theo était pour certains un ami, un cousin, un demi-frère.
Theo was for some a friend, a cousin, a half-brother.
Pour moi, Theo était non seulement un grand frère, merveilleux, mais aussi un repère, un exemple, et le plus souvent, un père.
For me, Theo was not only a wonderful big brother, but also a guiding post, an example, and most often a father.
Malgré son jeune âge, il était mature et l'une des plus belles et fortes personnes que j'ai pu avoir la chance d'avoir dans ma vie.
Despite his young age, he was mature and one of the most beautiful and strong person that I could have had the chance to have in my life.
C'est sûrement grâce à lui que j'ai pu devenir la personne que je suis devenue aujourd'hui et je n'aurais jamais pu le remercier assez pour cela.
It is most likely thanks to him that I could become the person that I am today. And I could have never thanked him enough for that.
Car malgré tout, toutes les difficultés qu'on a pu rencontrer et dû surmonter dans notre vie, il a toujours su rester lucide et fort.
Because despite all the difficulties that we had met and we had to overcome in our life, he has always known how to stay lucid and strong.
Il n'a jamais supporté l'injustice et que l'on s'en prenne aux plus faibles, que ce soit aux gens qu'il aimait ou d'autres. Raison pour laquelle il a toujours fait son possible pour prendre soin des gens qu'il aimait.
He has never bared unfairness or that stronger people would attack weaker people, whether it is for the people that he loved or others, which is the reason why he has always done everything he could to take care of the people he loved.
Contrairement à moi, Théo a toujours été irréprochable à l'école. Théo était un garçon studieux, aimait apprendre et s'entendait souvent avec toutes les personnes qu'il rencontrait.
Contrary to me, Theo had never had any problems at school. Theo was a studious boy, loving to learn, and he got along with all the people that he met.
Théo avait conscience d'avoir un bon physique, mais tout aussi conscient de ne pas être surpuissant, indestructible, raison pour laquelle je maintiens qu'il ne prendrait pas de risques inutiles sans y être forcé.
Theo knew that he was fit, but he was also conscious that he wasn't overly powerful or indestructible, which is the reason why I maintain that he would not have taken useless risks without being forced to do so.
Mon frère aimait la politique, l'univers, l'astrologie, les animaux et la nature.
My brother loved politics, the universe, astrology, animals, and nature.
Mon frère était quelqu'un de très intelligent, avait une bonne orientation et une bonne vue. Je ne crois pas qu'on puisse la comparer à la vue d'un chat qui est capable de voir dans le noir total, raison pour laquelle je n'ai jamais accepté la thèse que mon frère se soit perdu ou soit tombé d'une falaise.
My brother was someone who was very smart, had a good sense of direction and a good vision. I don't think we can compare it to the vision of the cat, which can see in total darkness. which is the reason why I have never accepted the hypothesis that Theo was lost or had fallen from a cliff.
Je maintiendrai aussi le fait que mon frère était incapable de se perdre en ayant accès à une application telle que Google Maps ou de se promener et admirer la nature dans le noir ou même encore admirer le paysage, que ce soit de la plage ou encore du phare.
And I maintain that my brother was incapable of getting lost while he had access to an application such as Google Maps, or to go for a walk and admire nature in the dark, or even to admire the landscape, whether it is from the beach or the lighthouse.
Je tiens à dire aussi que mon frère n'aurait jamais laissé sa mère et son père sans leur fils aîné et encore moins son petit frère. Je suis convaincu qu'il nous aimait par-dessus tout.
I would also like to say that my brother would have never left his mother and his father without their eldest son, and even less his little brother. I am convinced that he loved us above all.
Avant de partir, je lui avais demandé un pull comme souvenir en attente de son retour, car pour moi cela était symbolique, et il m'a pris dans ses bras. Pour l'une des dernières fois, en me disant qu'il ne partait pas pour toujours, et il m'a promis de revenir très vite.
Before leaving, I had asked him a jumper with his smell, in memory of him while waiting for his return, because to me that was very symbolic. And he took me in his arms for the last time, saying that he was not leaving forever, and he promised me to come back really fast.
Je tiens à souligner que mon frère aimait bien faire la fête, mais je confirme que mon frère a toujours eu peur de toutes les drogues et toutes sortes de substances.
I would like to highlight that my brother liked to party, but I confirm that my brother has always been scared of all drugs and substances.
Je sais qu'il n'était pas attiré par ça et qu'il n'y aurait jamais touché. Il a toujours été modéré dans ses consommations.
I know that he wasn't interested by that and that he would have never touched that. He's always been moderate in what he consumed.
Je n'ai jamais pu le voir ivre au point de ne plus être en capacité de s'autogérer. Je voudrais surtout préciser que ce qui est de l'herbe ou marijuana ou de l'alcool, il ne voulait jamais en consommer seul car il a pu voir le dégât occasionné par ceci.
I want to say that I have never seen him drunk to the point to which he would not be able to manage himself. I would also like to precise that regarding weed or marijuana or alcohol, he never wanted to consume those by himself because he has seen the damages caused by those.
Il m'a toujours dit qu'on peut s'amuser sans substance. C'est une phrase qu'il aimait me répéter.
He also always told me that you can have fun without substances. That's a sentence that he loved telling me over again.
Avant de retourner m'asseoir, je voudrais surtout remercier Glenn Brown pour l'espoir qu'il nous a apporté en même pas 5 minutes.
Before going back to sit, I would like to also thank Glenn Brown for the hope he has brought us in not even 5 minutes.
Je voudrais surtout remercier les volontaires et les membres de la communauté de Byron Bay qui ont pu nous aider durant ces 2 ans, presque 3 ans, car pour moi, ils sont pour l'instant peut-être les seuls héros de cette triste histoire, et j'en suis sûr que Théo est d'accord avec moi où qu'il soit.
I would like to especially thank the volunteers and the members of the Byron Bay community for their help during these almost 3 years, because to me, they're at this stage maybe the only heroes of this sad story. And I am sure that Theo agrees with me wherever he is.
Je voudrais aussi remercier son honneur, la coroner, et son équipe pour leur travail magnifique effectué et pour leur magnifique cadeau que je porte aujourd'hui.
And I would like to also thank Her Honour, the coroner, and her team for their wonderful work they have done, and for their wonderful gift that I'm wearing today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucas. That was beautiful. Thank you. And now we hear from Vinciane. Alors, Vinciane, take your time.
Théo a toujours été un enfant facile, ne posant pas de problème.
Theo has always been an easy child, never causing trouble.
Il a toujours été un très bon élève, travaillant volontiers et très volontaire.
He has always been a very good student, willing to work, a very willing student.
Il était très curieux et envieux d'apprendre de nouvelles choses.
He was very curious and willing to learn new things.
Il adorait tout ce qui touchait à la nature, que ce soit la faune, la flore, les minéraux, et était très impliqué dans le respect, la protection de l'environnement.
He loved everything that was related to nature, whether it was fauna, flora, minerals, and was very involved in respecting and protecting the environment.
Il avait aussi un intérêt particulier pour l'univers, les océans et les volcans.
He also had a special interest in the universe, oceans, and volcanoes.
Théo était curieux des autres cultures et avait à cœur de comprendre celles-ci, que ce soit d'un point de vue social, artistique et culturel.
Theo was curious about other cultures and was committed to understand them, whether it was from a social, artistic, or cultural point of view.
Pour lui, les valeurs comme l'entraide, le respect, la tolérance et les amitiés étaient des valeurs fondamentales.
For him, values such as mutual help, respect, tolerance, and friendships were fundamental values.
Il a sûrement été un compagnon de voyage idéal sur lequel on pouvait compter, très gentil et peut-être un peu naïf.
He was most likely an ideal travel mate on whom you can rely, very kind, maybe a little bit naive.
Théo était très content de son voyage. C'était un voyage dont il rêvait depuis qu'il était tout petit, depuis que son parrain était parti vivre ici.
Theo was very happy about his trip, a trip he had dreamt of since he was young, since his godfather came to live here.
Mais il avait hâte de rentrer en Belgique, de retrouver sa famille, sa maison, sa chambre, ses amis, et de partir en vacances avec nous tous dans notre maison en France.
But he was looking forward to coming back home to Belgium, to see his family, his home, his room, his friends again, and to go on holidays with us to our holiday home in France.
Il avait envie de revoir ses amis et de faire une fête avec ceux-ci. La date était déjà programmée.
He wanted to see his friends again and to have a party with them. The date was already planned.
Il avait aussi très envie de rentrer afin de commencer ses études à l'université.
He also really wanted to come home, to start his studies at university.
Lors d'une dernière conversation téléphonique, je lui avais demandé s'il souhaitait prolonger son séjour en Australie, sachant que sa cousine Lisa, elle, avait décidé de rester une année supplémentaire.
During a last phone call, I asked him if he wanted to stay longer in Australia, knowing that his cousin Lisa had decided to stay one more year.
La réponse de Théo avait été catégorique. Il voulait rentrer.
He answered categorically he wanted to come home.
Il m'a même dit qu'il décomptait les jours qui lui restaient avant son retour, et je retrouvais dans ses affaires le carnet dans lequel il décomptait les jours.
He even told me that he was counting the days left before his return, and I found in his belongings the notebook on which he was counting those days.
Je me souviens très bien du rendez-vous au centre communautaire avec la police belge et australienne, où la théorie expliquant qu'il était perdu et était tombé de la falaise.
I remember very well the meeting at the community centre with the Belgian and Australian police, where we had the theory explaining that he had gotten lost and had fallen from the cliff.
La police nous a même montré l'endroit présumé de sa chute. C'était au mois de juillet 2019.
The police even showed us the alleged place of his fall. That was in July 2019.
À ce moment-là, j'ai accepté cette théorie parce que c'était la plus supportable et que j'étais en état de choc.
At that time, I accepted this theory because it was the most bearable and that I was in shock.
Aujourd'hui, je peux affirmer qu'en aucun cas, Théo s'est perdu en utilisant son téléphone et qu'il aurait emprunté ce chemin seul, de nuit, et qu'il aurait pris des risques inconsidérés quelques jours avant son retour.
Today, I can affirm that there is no way that Theo got lost using his phone and that he would have taken this path alone at night and that he would have taken such risks a few days before his return.
Théo n'était pas attiré par les drogues ou l'alcool. Il lui arrivait de boire quelques bières comme tous les jeunes, mais toujours avec modération et sagesse.
Theo was not interested in drugs or alcohol. He sometimes drank some beer, just like all young people, but always with moderation and wisdom.
Il n'a jamais consommé de drogue dure, mais probablement fumé un joint occasionnellement.
He has never taken hard drugs, but he may have smoked a joint occasionally.
Dans notre entourage, nous avons été confrontés à l'addiction. Et je pense que Théo avait très bien conscience de la dangerosité de la consommation de ces substances.
Around us, we have been confronted to addiction, and I think that Theo understood how dangerous consuming those substances was.
Il souhaitait venir à Byron Bay parce que nous avions vu une émission à la télévision en Belgique où il y avait des Belges installés en ville.
He wanted to come to Byron Bay because we had seen a TV show in Belgium where there were Belgian people who were settled in the town.
Mon compagnon et moi avions évoqué l'envie de nous y rendre parce que la ville nous semblait agréable et belle.
My partner and I had mentioned that we wanted to go there because the town seemed nice and beautiful.
Théo souhaitait lui aussi visiter cette ville avant de reprendre la route pour retourner chez son parrain avant de rentrer en Belgique.
Theo also wanted to visit this town before getting back on the road to return to his godfathers before going back to Belgium.
Je pense qu'il voulait nous raconter son impression de la ville et peut-être nous faire envie.
I think that he wanted to tell us about his impression of the town and make us jealous.
Aussi, c'était sa dernière opportunité de pratiquer le surf avant de rentrer. Et je pense qu'il était fier de montrer ses progrès à mon compagnon, avec lequel il faisait du surf pendant les vacances.
Also, it was his last opportunity to practice surfing before coming back. And I think that he was proud to be able to show his progress to my partner, with whom he used to go surfing on holidays.
Je souhaite remercier toute l'équipe du Coroner et votre honneur.
I would like to thank the entire team of the coroner and your honour,
David Evendine, notre avocat,
David Evendine, our lawyer,
les traductrices,
the interpreters,
ainsi que toutes les personnes qui nous ont exprimé leurs condoléances.
as well as all the people that expressed their condolences.
Je souhaite vivement remercier Glenn Brown du registre des personnes disparues pour son empathie et les mots que nous espérions entendre depuis le début de cette histoire.
I would like to highly thank Glenn Brown from the Missing Persons Registry for his empathy and the words that we had hoped to hear since the beginning of this story.
Cet homme m'a beaucoup touchée
This man touched me a lot
parce qu'il a affirmé
because he affirmed
vouloir essayer dans chaque enquête de personnes disparues
that in every and each missing persons investigation,
se mettre à la place des parents et comprendre la démarche des familles qui demandent de faire tout ce qui est possible de faire pour retrouver une personne disparue.
that he would put himself in the parents' shoes and try to understand the steps asked by the families that ask to do everything that is possible to find a missing person.
Il nous a dit qu'il demandait à toutes les personnes travaillant dans son service d'essayer de se mettre à la place des parents.
He told us that he asked every person working in his service to try and put themselves in the parents' shoes.
J'apprécie parce que, en effet, c'est inimaginable.
I appreciate it, because indeed, it's inimaginable.
Personne, à moins d'avoir été confronté à cette situation, ne peut imaginer la douleur quotidienne provoquée par cet événement terrible.
No one, unless they have been confronted by this situation, can imagine the daily pain that is provoked by this terrible event.
Cette douleur, en tant que parents, nous accompagnera malheureusement jusqu'à la mort.
This pain, as a parent, will follow us, unfortunately, until death.
Ne pas savoir est intolérable.
Not knowing is unbearable.
Notre vie, si nous en avons encore une, est un combat journalier et la vie n'a plus la même saveur.
Our life, if we still have one, is a daily struggle, and life doesn't have the same taste anymore.
Une partie de moi s'en est allée avec Théo et rester vivante est un combat.
A part of me left with Theo. Staying alive is a struggle.
Comment faire son deuil quand il n'y a pas de corps? On reste toujours à la porte du deuil.
How can one grieve when there is nobody? We always stay at the door of grief.
Alors oui, jusqu'à la fin de ma vie, je me battrai pour connaître la vérité.
So yes, until the end of my life, I will fight to know the truth.
Je ne veux blâmer personne, mais il ne s'agit pas juste d'un objet égaré.
I don't want to blame anyone, but it is not just a lost object.
Il s'agit d'un enfant.
It is about a child.
Oui, la police a travaillé, mais comment accepter de ne pas savoir ce qui est arrivé à mon enfant?
Yes, the police worked, but how can I accept not knowing what happened to my child?
Je peux entendre que certaines personnes commettent des erreurs. Nous sommes des humains.
I can hear that some people make mistakes. We are human beings.
Je pense que dans ce genre de situation, c'est important de pouvoir les reconnaître pour pouvoir aller plus loin.
I think that in this kind of situation, it's important to recognize them to move forward.
Ne pas le faire, c'est comme si Théo disparaissait encore et encore.
Not doing that, it's as if Theo was disappearing again and again.
Je terminerai en exprimant toute ma gratitude envers la communauté entière de Byron Bay pour leur soutien et leur gentillesse.
I would like to finish by expressing all my gratitude towards the entire community of Byron Bay for their support and their kindness.
Je souhaite aussi remercier Jean-Philippe pour le travail ardu qu'il a fait pendant ces 2 dernières années.
I would also like to thank Jean-Philippe for the very hard work he has done in the last 2 years.
J'ai perdu un enfant, mais j'ai gagné une famille de l'autre côté de la terre.
I have lost a child, but I have won a family on the other side of the world.
Mon cœur et mon âme sont partagés entre mon pays d'origine et cette terre qui m'a enlevé Théo.
My heart and my soul are shared between my home country and this land that has taken Theo from me.
Famille belge et australienne, amis et amies, je vous adore.
Australian family, Belgian family, all the friends, I love you.
Thank you very much, Vinciane.
Thank you.
Beautiful. I'd just like to say a few words. Be able to interpret. Yeah. That was an extraordinary experience for me, and I'm sure the other people in this courtroom. Everyone in this courtroom these last 2 weeks has felt your pain. But what we've experienced also through these last 2 weeks, and so much so today, and hearing your words, is your love. It could not be clearer. It's made me very emotional. I may not be able to speak. I'll take a short break and I want to continue.
Silence, please, all stand. This coroner's court now resumes.
I just wanted to say thank you to Theo's family for the words that they have just spoken today. It's incredibly generous and gracious to hear from the family, to hear everything that you've said about Theo. It is such a privilege for me to hear more about him from those who knew and loved him best. He sounds like he was the most incredible, beautiful young man. There's no doubt. And as I've said, there is no doubt about how well he was loved and how much he loved you. So thank you. It is unusual to have the family statements before the complete end of the evidence. And it's because we had that statement today and the statements from Theo's family today because they are here from Belgium, and it is much better that they're able to do it in person here today. But we haven't quite finished the evidence. There's still a little bit more to go. So we're going to resume the inquest on the 21st, 22nd and 23rd of February next year in Sydney. There will be at least 3 more witnesses. Is there anything else before we adjourn?
No, thank you.
I'd like to thank the legal representatives for your cooperation and for my team, all the hard work that they've done and will continue to do, Mr. Evenden. And I would like to wish all of you, Theo's beautiful family, a safe trip home. We'll adjourn.
Silence, please, all stand. This coroner's court is now adjourned.